The rain hit hard, cold and heavy, each drop slicing through the air like tiny needles. I was already soaked to the bone, and the wind whipped around me with such force it threatened to tear me from the back of my horse. The sky was a wild chaos of dark, rolling clouds, flashing with angry lightning that split the sky, followed by thunder that shook the very ground beneath us. It was the kind of storm that seemed to want to swallow everything whole, the kind you don't forget once it's over. I had been on the road for hours, trying to make my way home through the countryside, but the storm had come out of nowhere. My horse was jittery, ears pinned back, muscles tense beneath me, and I could feel the rising panic in its steps. We were both soaked and chilled to the bone, the dirt road disappearing under the thick sheets of rain that flooded the landscape. The only thing I could do was press forward, hoping to find shelter before the cold or the lightning took me down. My fingers were numb, clumsy against the reins. Every flash of lightning made me squint. Every thunderclap made me flinch. My mind was foggy with exhaustion and fear. I had no idea where I was. The landmarks I thought I knew erased beneath the rain and dark. The wind carried a strange, wet earth smell mixed with the scent of burnt wood and wet timber, but I had no time to think of that. All I knew was I had to find shelter. Then, through the sheets of rain, a faint glow appeared, a warm yellow light flickering softly through the curtain of water. Candlelight. It came from a small, crooked house barely visible through the storm, nestled against the trees by the side of the road. Relief hit me like a wave. That little light might be my only chance. I pushed my horse forward, its hooves sinking slightly in the soft, wet earth. The thunder cracked again, close and loud, and my horse jerked in fright, snorting and shifting nervously as I guided it to the fence in front of the house. I tied the reins tightly, trying to calm the animal with soft murmurs while rain soaked my clothes, dripping into my eyes and mouth. I knocked on the wooden door, the sound almost lost beneath the storm. After what felt like an eternity, it creaked open. An old woman stood there, her face kind but worn with age, her eyes bright despite the dim light. She didn't hesitate. Without a word, she stepped aside, letting me in, and I followed, dripping rainwater onto the floorboards. The inside of the house was small but warm. A fire crackled low in the hearth, sending flickers of orange light dancing across the walls lined with simple shelves full of jars and old, worn books. The smell of wood smoke mixed with something earthy and comforting. Sitting at a rickety kitchen table was an old man, pipe in hand, the smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling. He looked up as I entered, his eyes steady and calm despite the storm raging outside. The woman moved quickly to the stove, filling a kettle with water and setting it over the fire. She brought out a bowl of hot soup and a cup of coffee, steam rising from both, filling the room with warmth. I sat down, grateful beyond words, the heat from the food spreading through my frozen limbs. My hands trembled as I ate, still trying to catch my breath. The old man offered me some tobacco for his pipe. I took it, lighting it carefully, the smoke swirling around me like a protective cloak. The storm outside didn't seem as close anymore. For a moment, the sound of rain and thunder faded to the background, replaced by the steady crackle of fire and the faint tick of a clock on the wall. Lightning flashed again, casting sharp shadows against the walls, and the old man chuckled softly as the thunder rolled. His smile was faint but genuine. The woman kept busy, moving around the small kitchen, refilling the fire, tending to the kettle. I felt safe there. I thought maybe I'd found a place to wait out the storm, to rest before the long ride home tomorrow. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the warmth settle deep inside me. The storm was far away now, or so I thought. Then it hit. A bolt of lightning crashed down with a force so violent it felt like the world shattered. The thunder came seconds later, a booming explosion that rocked the house and set my ears ringing. I jumped, the bowl of soup slipping from my hands and shattering on the floor. The warmth vanished. When I opened my eyes, the house was gone, or at least that's what it felt like. I was standing in the cold, soaked to the skin, surrounded by darkness and silence. The rain had stopped, the storm had passed, but there was no sign of the old couple, no firelight or smoke from a chimney. Broken stones lay scattered around me, wet and black, remnants of what must have been the house. My horse was tied nearby, trembling, its breath steaming in the cold night air. Panic surged through me. I didn't stop to question what I was seeing. I grabbed the reins and climbed onto the horse, which bolted at my touch. The animal charged down the path, the pounding of its hooves the only sound breaking the silence. I urged it onward, desperate to get away from that place, that ghost of a place. I rode hard, not daring to look back, until the first light of dawn bled through the trees. My body ached from the cold and the strain, but relief washed over me when I saw the outline of a town ahead. I made my way to the nearest tavern, shivering and soaked, hoping for warmth and answers. Inside, the fire burned bright, and the patrons looked up as I entered. I told them my story, every detail, the storm, the house, the old couple, the lightning strike. The room fell quiet, and then an old man spoke, his voice low and serious. He told me about a small cottage on the edge of the woods, struck by lightning years before. The fire had destroyed the home and taken the lives of an elderly couple who had lived there. The place had been abandoned ever since, left to crumble and be swallowed by the forest. I realized then that what I had seen wasn't a refuge, but a memory trapped in time. A place that no longer existed except in the storm's fierce grasp. The kindness I thought I found was a trick of the rain and the light, a desperate hope born of fear. The story stayed with me for days after, a reminder that sometimes, even in the worst storms, the world holds dark corners where the past lingers, waiting quietly beneath the surface. And sometimes, the hardest thing to face isn't the storm outside, but the empty silence left behind when it's gone. I remember that scout trip like it was yesterday, even though it was years ago now. It was supposed to be a simple weekend. Some light hiking, fishing, working on merit badges, and just enjoying the outdoors. The place we went to was called Mirror Lake, tucked away in northern Utah, surrounded by tall pines and the kind of stillness you only find deep in the mountains. Our scout leader told us a story one night, something he'd heard from an old friend who had camped there about 25 years earlier. That story stuck with me more than anything else on the trip. I want to tell it exactly as I remember, because it felt real and raw, and there's nothing supernatural about it. Just a strange, chilling experience that still unsettles me. The scout leader's friend, let's call him Steve, had gone camping there with two other guys, Mike and Jacob, all in their mid-20s. They weren't drinking or messing around with anything. Just three guys out fishing, relaxing in the quiet of the mountains. Their trip was uneventful at first, just the kind of peaceful camping you'd expect. But the last night, things got weird. They had settled in their tent after a long day, all ready to sleep. Steve was the first to drift off. Not long after, he woke up, feeling cold and uneasy. Mike was awake too, and they both noticed Jacob was gone. At first, they figured Jacob had just stepped out to use the bathroom nearby, maybe a few minutes away from the tent. But as the minutes passed and Jacob didn't come back, they started to worry. The night was quiet, but something about the silence felt heavier, more tense. Then they heard it, a distant, ear-piercing screech, unlike any animal they'd ever heard before. It was loud and strange, echoing across the lake. Right after that, they heard Jacob scream, blood-curdling, raw with terror. Panic surged through Steve and Mike. They wanted to run to Jacob, but fear rooted them to the spot. They rushed back into the tent, whispering prayers that whatever had their friend hadn't found their campsite yet. The rest of the night was spent in terror. They decided to take turns staying awake, watching the woods around their tent with shaking hands and wild eyes. The plan was to wait for the first light and then pack up fast, getting out of there to call for help. For a while, that plan seemed to work. They stayed alert and nothing else happened. But then things changed. Steve went to sleep during his shift, exhausted. He finally managed to fall into a deep sleep, his mind barely aware of the cold night pressing in around him. He was startled awake by the rustling of the tent fabric and the sound of Mike moving around. Steve sat up groggy, watching Mike as he pulled on his shoes silently. Steve asked where Mike was going, but got no answer. Mike's face was blank, his eyes wide and glassy like mirrors, reflecting the faint light from outside. His voice was low and monotone, repeating something about needing to go. Steve tried to shake Mike out of whatever trance he was in, telling him to wait for daylight so they could leave together. Mike ignored him, moving towards the tent's zipper like he was drawn outside by some invisible force. Suddenly, the same screech echoed nearby, but this time it was much closer than before. Mike stiffened, his whole body trembling as he seemed to snap into a panic. His glazed eyes shone with fear and determination as he struggled against Steve's grip, trying to break free. Steve pinned him down, hands over Mike's mouth, desperate to stop him from stepping out into the dark woods alone. They stayed like that for what felt like hours, Steve holding Mike down as he struggled to break free, whispering prayers and hoping the first light would come soon. When the sun finally started to rise, Mike's eyes cleared, and he looked around, confused, with no memory of what had just happened. They broke camp quickly, rushing down the trail to their car, speeding away until they found a spot with cell service to call the authorities. I never asked the scout leader if the story was true or just something he'd heard and passed on to scare us, but the way he told it made it feel real, tied to the place where we were camping. Some of the boys were terrified, and honestly, so was I. That night, as we settled down, one kid fell asleep in his tent while we were talking. The rest of us, a little cruel but mostly scared ourselves, left his tent and tried to wake him up, pretending we were caught in the mirror's trance. He freaked out for a few minutes until someone finally told him it was a joke. That story stayed with me for a long time. I still think about Mirror Lake and those three guys, Steve, Mike, and Jacob, and what really happened in those woods that night. There was no ghost, no monster, just something out there that changed people, made them act like they were trapped in a nightmare with their own eyes reflecting something they couldn't escape. The story is simple, but it's the kind of thing that makes you look over your shoulder when the woods go quiet and wonder what you might see if you stare into the shadows too long. The full story. The trip began like any other scout outing. A group of us boys packed up our gear, excited to spend a few days away from phones, screens, and city noise. Our scout leader was a firm but fair man in his 40s who had a deep knowledge of the outdoors and a calm way of telling stories around the campfire. We drove for hours to get to Mirror Lake, a small, serene body of water surrounded by dense forest and towering cliffs that seemed to hold the sky up. The air was cool and smelled like pine needles and earth, a smell I'd come to crave in later years. The lake itself was incredibly still, reflecting the sky and the surrounding trees so perfectly it looked like a giant mirror, hence the name. That stillness was peaceful, but also a little unnerving, as if the forest was holding its breath. Our days were filled with hiking short trails, practicing fishing, and working on merit badges. We caught some fish but not much, and the sun was warm but never too hot. Everything felt calm and normal until night fell. The first night was filled with the usual sounds: the crackling campfire, laughter, the occasional hoot of an owl. But late at night, I remember hearing the faint echo of a distant call across the lake, like an animal, but unlike anything I'd heard before. It was sharp, high-pitched, and almost sounded like a scream. The scout leader told us the story then, sitting by the fire with his face half lit by flames. He said his old friend Steve had gone camping there years ago with two buddies, Mike and Jacob. Nothing much had happened until their last night when Jacob went missing. They heard strange noises and then a scream that froze their blood. Steve and Mike had stayed in the tent, praying that whatever had Jacob hadn't found them. The friends said they spent the night in shifts, terrified and waiting for daylight to flee. That story hit hard. I could imagine being there, alone with the dark pressing in around me, hearing that awful scream and not knowing if it was the end or just the beginning of something worse. Our own last night at Mirror Lake felt different after hearing it. The woods felt heavier, the silence deeper. When we got into our tents, some of us lay awake longer than usual, listening to the night sounds and thinking about the story. Later, we played a prank on one of the younger boys by pretending the mirror's trance was real and that it could take people in their sleep. We left his tent and made eerie noises outside. He woke up screaming, eyes wide with fear, but it was just a joke. We laughed nervously after, but inside, I wasn't so sure. When we packed up the next day and drove away, I looked back at the lake one last time. The water was smooth and shiny, reflecting everything perfectly. I wondered if something was still out there in the woods, waiting for the next person to come too close, looking into the mirror and losing themselves in its depths. Years later, I still think about that night and those men, Steve, Mike, and Jacob, and how close they came to never coming back. I've never camped at Mirror Lake since, and I probably never will. Some places have a feeling that tells you to stay away. Some stories warn you to listen, not for monsters, but for the things that lurk in the quiet corners of the world, waiting to steal your mind while your body is still there. That's the real horror, the kind you can't explain, can't fight with a flashlight or a knife, but only hope to outrun when dawn finally breaks. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to get stuck in a nightmare out in the woods, but that night, in the middle of nowhere, I learned how wrong I could be. It started out like any other late-night drive. My boyfriend and I had spent the day hiking in the forest, finding some hidden spots where no one usually went. The sun was fading fast, and the air was cooling, the kind of cold that sinks into your skin and makes you want to wrap yourself up tight. We were driving back on a narrow, winding road through thick trees that pressed close to the edges of the cracked asphalt. The radio was playing low, just static and faint songs we couldn't quite catch over the interference. Then, suddenly, a breaking news alert came through. The announcer's voice was sharp, urgent. Something about an escaped mental patient from a nearby institution. Dangerous, armed, last seen in these woods. The details were thin, but the warning was clear. If you're in the area, be cautious, stay in well-lit places, don't stop unless absolutely necessary. I glanced at my boyfriend, who was gripping the steering wheel tightly. His jaw was set, his eyes flicking to the side mirror, as if expecting to see someone, or something, behind us. I felt a shiver crawl down my back, but I tried not to show it. The woods felt darker somehow, the trees leaning in as if they wanted to swallow the road whole. Minutes later, the car sputtered once, twice, then slowed down. The engine choked, and finally, the whole car shuddered and died. The headlights dimmed, then went out. The dashboard glowed faintly with warning lights. Out here, miles from any town or even a proper signpost, we were stranded. My boyfriend said he'd walk back to a garage we'd passed a few miles ago. He said he wouldn't be long, that he'd be back before I knew it. I didn't argue. There was no point. The sky was already dark, the thick canopy blotting out the stars, and rain was beginning to fall softly, the kind that starts out just a few drops, then slowly grows heavier. I settled into the passenger seat, the door locked, trying to stay awake. But the silence was crushing. No traffic, no animals, just the sound of rain pattering on the metal roof and the wind brushing through the branches. Every so often, I thought I heard something else, like a twig snapping just beyond the trees, or the scrape of a branch against the side of the car. I tried to stay alert, blinking and forcing my eyes open, but the exhaustion was heavy. I drifted off, then woke with a start as a cold drop of water ran down my forehead from a loose spot in the roof seal. The branches scraping against the car sounded closer now, almost like fingernails dragging on metal. I wanted to tell myself it was just the rain and the wind, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes, I couldn't tell. The night dragged on endlessly. I kept waking up in fits, each time more terrified. The rain had stopped by the early morning, but the thick gray sky left the woods dim and cold. I was nearly frozen, my body stiff and aching from sitting so long in one spot. When I finally heard voices, it was like a relief I couldn't describe. Police officers, their radios crackling, their boots crunching on the gravel. They called to me, ordering me to get out of the car and walk toward their vehicle. They told me not to look back, to keep moving. The command didn't make sense at first, but I obeyed. The fear was too strong. My legs trembled as I stepped out, the damp grass slick beneath my feet. Every sound was loud in the quiet morning. Birds, distant sirens, the officers' steady calls. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. But curiosity gnawed at me. I wanted to know what I was running from, what had been out there in the dark with me. Just before I reached the patrol car, I turned. The sight froze me cold. There, hanging by his legs from a low tree branch, was my boyfriend. His head had been cut clean off, blood dripping slowly down, pooling on the ground beneath him. His hands clung weakly to the bark, fingers curling like claws against the rough wood. The wet scratches I'd heard all night, the scraping on the car roof, they hadn't been branches. They had been his fingers. The dripping on the car had been his blood. The police officers called to me again, louder this time, but I was rooted to the spot, staring at the gruesome scene. My mind couldn't process it. How had this happened? How long had he been here? They told me later it was the escaped patient, a violent man with no mercy, roaming the woods, hunting anyone who got too close. The officers said he'd been caught nearby, but it was too late for my boyfriend. I was taken to the station, questions asked, stories pieced together. I never stopped hearing the sound of the rain or the scraping branches, and I never forgot the cold, empty feeling of being alone in the dark, with something terrible waiting just outside the window. That night taught me how fragile safety really is, how quickly the ordinary can turn into a nightmare, and how some fears don't fade with the dawn. I worked as a camp counselor at a summer camp in western Pennsylvania for a few years during college. It was the kind of camp where you slept in platform tents with 8 kids and tried to stop them from sneaking candy into their sleeping bags at night. We had canoeing, hiking, crafts, and those group games that always ended with a couple kids crying and one with a scraped knee. The place was run down in spots, but it had charm. You learned quick how to deal with bugs, homesick kids, and the constant smell of mildew. It wasn't fancy, but it worked. It had that nostalgic feel to it, like the kind of place you imagined in old summer movies. Every year, during our second week in July, we held a tradition called Spook Night. It was always Thursday night after Esmores, right before lights out. All the counselors would get assigned a section of the camp trail and tell scary stories to small groups of kids who were marched from one station to the next by our program director, a guy named Jerry who had worked at the camp since the 90s and seemed like he had never left. Most counselors came up with their own stories. Some leaned hard into made-up monsters, others told urban legends. I had a signature story that I told every year without fail. It was just believable enough to work and had just the right level of creepy without being too over the top. The story went something like this. There was a ghost, a man who had died up in the hills years ago, and he would appear to you in the woods if you were alone after midnight. The only way to survive was to give him 2 of your teeth and tell him the names of 2 other people to go after instead. If you didn't, he'd drag you off into the woods and no one would ever find your body. The kids would hang on every word. The real kicker, though, the part that sold it, came at the end. Just before I'd finished the story, I'd casually turn and pop out my retainer. I had 2 fake teeth on that retainer. My adult canines had never come in. Just 2 gaps in the front row of my upper jaw. The fake teeth filled in perfectly when I smiled normally, but if I pulled the retainer out, it looked like I was missing 2 adult teeth in exactly the right spots to match the story. I'd say something like, "You think I'm lying?" Then flash a big toothy grin with those gaps. The reactions were always the same: wide eyes, gasps, and kids whispering all night under their sleeping bags. Some of them cried. I always felt a little bad about that part, but that story, harmless as it was, took on a whole new meaning one year. I think about it sometimes, how stupid it all was, and how close it came to going wrong in a real way. The memory of that night has stayed with me more than anything else from my camp years. It started like any other summer, but ended in a way that changed how I looked at those woods forever. It was the summer of 2018. I was 20, going into my 3rd year of working at the camp. By that point, I was one of the more experienced counselors, so I had a bit more freedom with how I ran things. My co-counselor that year was a guy named Zach, a quiet sophomore from Ohio who was more interested in drawing comic books than dealing with kids. I ended up handling most of the actual counseling, but I didn't mind. I liked the structure of it, the simplicity of camp life. No phones, no internet, just schedules and mess hall meals and sweaty afternoons lifeguarding. About 3 days before Spook Night, one of our younger campers, his name was Nolan, started acting strange. Nolan was a pale, skinny kid, probably 9 or 10, with these big glasses and a constant runny nose. He was one of those kids who asked too many questions and got nervous easily, but he was polite and always tried to follow the rules. That week, though, he got obsessed with the idea of real scary stuff. He kept asking every counselor about true stories, about people who had really died in the woods, about whether there were bodies buried around the lake. At first, I chalked it up to curiosity. Maybe his older brother had told him something freaky before camp. Maybe he watched some YouTube video he wasn't supposed to. But then he started waking up in the middle of the night. 3 nights in a row, I found him outside the tent, just standing near the edge of the woods, staring into the dark. The first time, I figured he had to pee. The second time, I started worrying he might be sleepwalking. But the third time, when I grabbed his shoulder and asked him what he was doing, he didn't even flinch. He just kept staring. When I walked him back to his cot, I saw he'd been writing something in his notebook, a little red spiral-bound thing all the kids got for journal time. Later, I looked when he wasn't around. The page just had 3 lines, written over and over again. 2 teeth, 2 names. I'll admit that gave me pause. I hadn't even told the story yet. I asked Zach if he had told Nolan about my Spook Night story. He said no, of course not. None of the kids had. It was always a surprise. The story worked better when they didn't see it coming. I considered that maybe Nolan had been here the year before and remembered it, but his registration form said it was his first summer. Still, I didn't think much of it. Kids get ideas in their heads all the time. Sometimes things stick. On the night of Spook Night, I was at the same spot I always used, an old tree stump near the trail behind the nature cabin. It was far enough into the woods to feel creepy, but close enough to the trail to keep it safe. I did the story the same way I always did, voice low, flashlight under my chin, drawing it out as the kids leaned in closer. Nolan was in the first group that came through, and I noticed he didn't look scared. He looked focused, like he was studying me. When I popped the retainer out and grinned, the other kids screamed and backed away like they always did. But Nolan didn't move. He just stared at my mouth like he was waiting for something else. I smiled a little longer, expecting a laugh or a reaction, but he didn't blink. His eyes were too wide. It was off-putting. After the groups were done, we all headed back to our tents. The woods quieted down and the wind picked up a little. The air had that cool, sticky feel of a storm not far off. Zach was already snoring by the time I crawled into my sleeping bag. I was just drifting off when I heard something outside. Footsteps. Not the rustling kind you get from a raccoon or possum. These were slower, firmer. A crunch of leaves, a pause, another crunch. They stopped right outside our tent flap. I sat up and held my breath. I couldn't see anything, and the noise didn't continue. I figured maybe it was one of the older kids trying to prank us. But something felt wrong. I unzipped the tent as slowly as I could and peeked out. I didn't see anyone, but when I stood up and turned to my left, I spotted movement. A small figure, maybe 20 feet off, walking into the trees. It was Nolan. I followed him. I didn't yell. I didn't want to wake the other campers. I just grabbed my flashlight and started moving fast but quiet. He wasn't running, just walking at a steady pace, weaving between trees. My flashlight beam kept bouncing, and I nearly twisted my ankle on a root, but I kept going. We must have gone nearly a quarter mile into the woods. That's farther than the kids are ever supposed to go. I was just about to call out his name when I saw him stop near a large fallen tree. He knelt down and started digging with his hands. I stepped closer and saw he had a small bag next to him. A cloth pouch like the kind kids used to carry marbles or dice. When I finally reached him, I grabbed his shoulder. He froze. I asked him what he was doing. He didn't answer, just stared at the dirt. I knelt beside him and opened the pouch. Inside were 2 teeth. Real ones. Not baby teeth either. Adult teeth. Molar-sized. And a folded piece of paper. On the paper were 2 names. Mine and Zach's. I stared at that paper for a long time. I took the pouch and walked Nolan back to the tent. He didn't protest. didn't say a word, just crawled back into his sleeping bag and closed his eyes. I stayed awake the rest of the night, holding that pouch and thinking through everything I'd just seen. The next morning, I brought it to Jerry. I didn't show him the paper, just said that Nolan had wandered off and I'd found these in the dirt. Jerry reported it to the head office, and 2 days later, Nolan's parents came to pick him up. The official reason was homesickness. They never found out about the teeth. I kept the pouch in my footlocker until the end of the season. Here's the part that gets me. A week after camp ended, I went to the dentist for a cleaning, just a regular checkup. The hygienist took x-rays like usual, but after a few minutes, she came back into the room looking confused. She showed me the images. My 2 adult canines, the ones that had never grown in, were gone. Not just missing, gone. Like they'd never been there to begin with. No roots, no gaps, no sign they'd ever existed. She asked if I'd had any oral surgery recently. I hadn't. I didn't know what to say. I left with a new retainer and a cold, hollow feeling in my gut. I still have that pouch. I never opened it again. I keep it locked in a box in my closet. Sometimes I take it out and hold it, just to remind myself that some things don't make sense even when you strip away all the superstition and stories. There's no ghost, no curse, just a kid who believed something a little too much. Maybe he'd heard the story before. Maybe he just picked up on something in the air that week. Maybe he needed something to explain what he felt inside. But the teeth were real. The names were real. And somewhere out there, a 10-year-old boy thought he had a way to make his I've told this story before, dozens of times actually, usually around a fire when the flames are low and the woods behind us are thick and dark. People ask me why I keep telling it, and I say it's tradition. But if I'm honest, I tell it because I'm still trying to convince myself that what happened that night wasn't real, that it was just nerves, maybe paranoia. But every time I say it out loud, every time I feel my voice slow when I talk about that whistle in the dark, I remember how real it felt. I was 24 when it happened, and I'd been hiking for years by then. I'd already spent a good chunk of my life exploring national forests and remote trails, especially in Central and South America. I used to travel down there in the winters, hopping from Argentina to Chile to Colombia and eventually Venezuela. I didn't have a lot of money, but I knew how to stretch $1 and get by with very little. Most nights I camped alone. I liked the solitude. That particular year I was in the western part of Venezuela, not far from the Andes. I'd been in Merida for a few weeks, staying at a small guest house run by a retired German guy and his Venezuelan wife. They were good people, friendly, helpful, and well-connected. I'd asked around about trails that weren't too touristy, somewhere off the beaten path. Something that would get me into real backcountry. The wife, I think her name was Letitia, gave me a list. She warned me that the farther I went from the towns, the less help there'd be if something went wrong. But I was confident. I wasn't reckless, but I was experienced. I camped in bear country in Montana. I'd hiked alone through the jungles in Ecuador. Venezuela didn't scare me. The trail she recommended was an old mule route that used to connect 2 farming towns, San Javier and El Molino. According to her, nobody used it anymore. A newer road had been built, and the path had fallen into disuse. Perfect for what I wanted. Took me almost a full day to get to the trailhead. A mix of bus rides, a ride in the back of a pickup truck, and a few miles of walking brought me to the edge of a dense forest that stretched up into the foothills. The elevation wasn't too high, but the terrain was rugged. I had a small pack with me: tent, sleeping bag, food for 3 days, water filter, and a beat-up old journal I kept tucked into a side pocket. The first day of hiking was quiet. No one else on the trail. I moved at a good pace and made camp around dusk in a small clearing near a dry creek bed. The air was cool, and the sun dropped fast behind the hills. I didn't make a fire that night. There was no need. I ate a cold meal, wrote a bit in my journal, and went to bed early. The second day was harder. The trail narrowed and rose steeply. Sections were overgrown, and at one point I had to hack through vines just to keep moving. Around mid-afternoon, clouds rolled in. Not dark thunderheads, but heavy, low clouds that dimmed the light and made the forest feel smaller, like the trees were pressing in around me. I set up camp that evening near a cluster of boulders. I had cell reception for a few minutes and sent a couple of messages to friends back home letting them know I was alive. That night, I built a small fire and sat for a while, staring into the flames. I remember hearing distant sounds, birds, maybe a monkey or two in the branches above, but mostly it was quiet, that kind of deep forest silence that feels almost unnatural. Couldn't sleep. I lay in my tent with my eyes open, listening. Every twig snap, every rustle in the underbrush made me tense. I told myself it was just wildlife. I was in their home after all, but there was something else, a feeling I couldn't shake, like I was being watched, not just once or twice, but all night. It made my skin crawl. I stayed awake until the first light broke through the trees. The third day was supposed to be my last in the forest. I figured I'd hike a few more hours and either find a road or circle back the way I came. But around noon, as I climbed over a small ridge, I found something strange. It looked like an old campsite. At first, I thought it was abandoned trash, some plastic wrappers, an empty tin can, a bit of cloth caught on a branch. But as I moved closer, I realized it was more than that. There were boot prints in the dirt, a fire pit with fresh ash, a half-burned stick leaning against a rock. Someone had been there recently, very recently. I called out instinctively, even though I knew I wouldn't get a reply. The air felt heavy. I scanned the woods around me, looking for movement. Nothing. I moved on, but the feeling from the night before came rushing back. That prickle on the back of my neck, that sick twist in my gut. I didn't like it. I walked faster. It was late afternoon when I decided to stop. I hadn't found a good place to camp, but I was exhausted. My legs ached, and my back throbbed from the weight of the pack. I settled on a flat patch of ground near a bend in the trail and started setting up my tent. That's when I heard the whistle. It was faint at first, high-pitched, like someone blowing through pursed lips. I stopped what I was doing and looked up. The sound came from somewhere down the trail. I figured it was another hiker, maybe a local passing through, but I hadn't seen anyone for days. The whistle came again, louder this time, closer. But the strange thing was, it didn't sound like it was coming toward me. It sounded like it was just behind me and yet distant at the same time, like it was echoing from a place that didn't quite match up with where I was hearing it from. I turned around slowly. The trees swayed gently, and a few leaves rustled in the wind. Nothing else. I went back to setting up camp, but I was slower now, more cautious. I listened between each movement of my hands. Every time the wind picked up, I thought I heard it again. That same soft, rising and falling whistle, fading and swelling like it was breathing. I remembered the story then.
El silbón.
I'd heard it before in Colombia, told by an old man on a bus. He said the whistle was a curse. If it sounded close, it meant the spirit was far away. But if it sounded faint, like it was barely there, it meant El Silbón was standing right next to you. Of course, I didn't believe in any of that. But when the whistling returned, barely audible now, I froze. I didn't move for a long time. I just stood there, staring into the trees. My chest was tight. I told myself it was a bird, a trick of the wind, something natural. But then I saw him, just for a moment, through the trees maybe 30 feet away, a figure half hidden by the shadows. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, torn clothes. He was standing perfectly still, watching. I blinked, and he was gone. I packed up, fast. I shoved everything into my bag without folding it. Tent, food, everything. I didn't care. I needed to move. I didn't care which direction, I just needed to go. The sun was already low, and the trail was harder to follow now. I was moving fast, heart pounding, stumbling over rocks and roots. Every few minutes, I thought I heard that whistle again. Faint, soft, drifting just beyond the edge of my hearing. Eventually, I stopped running. My legs couldn't carry me anymore. I was soaked in sweat, breathing hard, heart racing. It was almost completely dark now. I found a spot near a large tree and dropped to the ground. I didn't bother setting up my tent. I just pulled my sleeping bag around me and kept my flashlight in my hand. I didn't turn it on unless I heard something. I didn't want to waste the batteries. The night was long. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing there again. That hat, those clothes, the dead look in his eyes. I kept thinking about the legend, about how, when the whistle was softest, he was right next to you. And all night I heard it, faint, on and off, never quite close, never quite far, just there. At one point, I must have dozed off. I woke up to a sound, twigs snapping, slow and deliberate. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I waited, listening. Then I heard counting. Not loud, not clear, just the sound of someone whispering numbers. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how long it went on. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. I don't remember falling asleep again, but when I opened my eyes, the sun was rising. The forest was quiet, peaceful even. I was still alive. I stood up, legs stiff, and looked around. No footprints, no sign of anyone. I hiked out that day. I didn't stop to eat. I barely drank water. I just kept moving. Every sound in the forest made me jump. When I finally saw a road in the distance, I almost cried. A few hours later, a truck picked me up. The driver didn't speak much, and I didn't say anything. I just sat there, staring out the window, replaying the night over and over again in my head. Back at the guest house, Letitia took one look at me and asked what happened. I didn't answer, couldn't. I stayed in my room for a day and a half before finally booking a flight home. That was 6 years ago. I still hike, I still camp, but never alone. Not anymore, and never in Venezuela. I can't. I've read I've always loved camping, not the kind with power hookups and neatly trimmed lots, but the real kind, far out under the open sky with nothing but trees, stars, and your own instincts to keep you company. When I was younger, I'd head out every chance I got, alone or with a friend or two. It was a break from everything, people, jobs, noise. But there was one trip, just one, that changed everything I thought I knew about being alone in nature. I haven't camped since. I was 26 at the time, right in that restless phase of life where nothing feels permanent and the past feels like it's trying to tap you on the shoulder every once in a while. That summer, I decided to take 2 weeks off work. No phone, no people, just my truck, my pack, and the woods. I had a list of spots I wanted to explore, and at the very top of it was a patch of land out near a small farming town where my father had grown up. That place meant something to him. He rarely talked about his childhood, but whenever he did, it always involved long, quiet acres of cornfields, hot sun, and the sound of insects humming through the silence. The farm he was raised on had been sold long before I was born, and I'd never seen it, but I'd always been curious. I found the spot on an old land survey map he'd kept in a box of photos, about 40 miles out from the nearest decent-sized town, tucked near the edge of an old riverbend where forest met farmland. I had this idea in my head that camping near there would be a way to connect with something old. With my dad, with our family. With a version of the world that didn't have all the distractions. I drove out on a Thursday morning, passed through a town I think had maybe one gas station and a post office, and then started taking gravel roads. There weren't signs. I had to slow down more than once just to make sure I hadn't missed a turn. Eventually, I ended up on what was barely a road. Just 2 tire tracks through waist-high grass that led out toward a tree line. It was hotter than hell that day. I remember parking under the only bit of shade I could find and just sitting in the truck for a while, letting the engine tick and the heat wash over me. I had brought enough supplies for 4 or 5 days. Tent, stove, water, food, tools. I packed light because I didn't plan on hiking far. Just enough to get away from the truck and disappear into the trees. The field wasn't exactly what I expected. I'd figured it would be overgrown by now, or maybe tilled under into some other farm's acreage. But it was just there, abandoned, but still shaped like someone used to care for it. The rows were mostly gone, but you could still tell they'd been there once. A long, low slope led down toward a shallow creek, and past that, a thick belt of trees that stretched for miles. That first day was uneventful. I set up camp near the tree line where I found a bit of flat ground. No signs of animals, no strange noises. I gathered some firewood, cooked a simple dinner, and spent the evening sitting by the fire. It was the kind of quiet that feels almost too quiet. No cars, no wind, just the occasional crack of branches as something small moved in the underbrush. I should have left it at that. I should have packed up the next morning and moved on to the next spot on my list. But something about the field held my attention. There was a story I half remembered from when I was a kid. Something my dad had told me when he'd had a few drinks. He'd said it like a joke at the time, but it had stuck with me. He said, "If you ever see a bean plant growing in a cornfield, don't touch it. Let it grow. Let it be." I'd asked him why, but he'd just shaken his head and said, "Some things don't belong to us anymore." Back then, I didn't get it. And even now, I'm not sure I do. But those words came back to me that first morning when I wandered out past the edge of the camp and into the field. The ground was soft in places, almost spongy. I thought it was just old, unsettled soil, but now I'm not so sure. I kept walking, following what used to be rows, until I saw them. Little bean sprouts, thin and wiry, poking up through the dirt. There weren't many, maybe a dozen, spaced out every few feet like they'd been dropped at random. But they weren't random. They lined up in a way that felt intentional, not neat, just leading somewhere, like something had passed through, bleeding seeds along the way. I followed them. I don't know why. Maybe curiosity, maybe instinct, but I walked the length of those plants, stepping over some, crouching to touch the dirt around others. Eventually, they led me to a patch near the far edge of the field, just before the creek began to bend back toward the woods. And that's where I saw it, the remnants of what looked like a shallow depression in the earth. It was mostly overgrown with weeds and brush, but the shape was unmistakable. A body-sized dip, slumped at one side, and right in the middle, a thick knot of bean plants growing in a tight spiral. Something about it made my chest feel tight. Not fear exactly, just wrongness. I stood there for a while, staring. The hairs on my arms were standing straight up. I felt like I was being watched, though I knew I wasn't. I told myself it was just a weird natural occurrence. Maybe some animal had died there and the body decomposed into the soil. Or maybe a farmer had dumped beans years ago and they'd taken root in the softest spot. Still, I left the patch alone. I walked back to camp, ate lunch, and tried to shake the feeling. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept waking up to little sounds. Twigs snapping, something rustling in the tall grass. I told myself it was raccoons or deer, but when I unzipped the tent and shined my flashlight out, I didn't see anything. Just grass, gently moving in the dark. The next morning, I noticed something strange. A bean plant had sprouted just outside the tent. I hadn't seen it the day before. It was small, thin, with two little leaves starting to uncurl. I crouched down and looked at it for a long time. I didn't remember stepping there. I didn't remember anything being planted. I told myself it must have already been in the dirt, waiting to break through. By the fourth day, more had shown up. A trail almost leading away from the tent and back toward that depression. I followed them again, slower this time, more cautious. When I reached the spot, it was still there, the dip in the soil, the tangled mass of plants. But something had changed. The outline was sharper now, more defined. I could see where the shoulders would have been, the curve of a spine, even what might have been the shape of a face if you looked hard enough through the brush. That night, I didn't light a fire. I sat in the dark, listening. Every few minutes, I thought I heard something shift out in the grass. The faintest footstep, the sound of something brushing past stalks of tall weeds. I didn't sleep. On the fifth morning, I'd had enough. I started packing, stuffing gear into my pack without really folding it. I wanted out, but I paused when I saw what was growing near my truck. Beans. Dozens of them. Not fully grown, but sprouted and alive. As if something had walked from the tent to the truck in the night and dropped them one by one. I stepped around them carefully, got into the truck, tried the key. Dead battery. I don't know how. I hadn't left the lights on. It was running fine just a few days ago. But now, nothing. Not even a click. I sat there for what felt like hours trying to think. I had no cell signal. The nearest town was a 2-day hike. I I stayed one more night. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. I set up a small campfire but didn't light it. I didn't want to attract anything. I sat in the tent with a knife in my hand, every muscle in my body tense. At some point, I dozed off. When I woke, the tent was unzipped. Just a little, just enough to notice. And around the opening, more bean plants, fresh, as if they'd grown in the night. I left that morning, took what I could carry, left the rest behind. I walked for almost 30 miles before I found a road and flagged down a truck. The man gave me a ride into town. I didn't tell him what I'd seen. I just said I'd gotten lost. A few weeks later, I went back with a tow truck to get mine. It was still there. Battery was fine. It started on the first try, but the ground around the tires was soft, covered in little green sprouts. I've never been back. I never will. I told my father about it once, years before he passed. He just nodded slowly and said, "That field remembers." I don't know what happened out there exactly. Maybe there really was a hobo who died in that field. Maybe he was shot with dry beans and the seeds took root. Maybe something about that death made the soil strange. Maybe it's just a weird story passed through the years that got into my head too deep. But I'll tell you this, I've seen bean plants grow wild before, but never in straight lines, never forming paths, never circling tents in the night, and never again near me. I don't remember every detail of that campout. I was probably 7, but I do remember the night we were all gathered around the fire, our faces lit orange by the flames, shadows stretching across the trunks of the tall pines around us. That campfire was the warmest place on earth that night, and we were all sitting tight, knees pulled to our chests, wrapped in our sleeping bags or wool blankets while one of our Cub Scout leaders, Mr. Wilkins, I think his name was, told us a story that's been burned into my brain ever since. Even now, thinking back to that night, the air seems colder. The crackling of the fire, the slow way Mr. Wilkins talked, the way he let the silence hang for just long enough before he continued. All of that made the story hit harder. And I can tell you right now, I've gone camping dozens of times since then, alone, with friends, with family, but there's always a moment late at night when the fire's down to coals and the woods are too quiet, and that story comes crawling back into my mind like something that should have been left buried. The way he told it, it happened during the early pioneer days, sometime in the mid-1800s, maybe a little earlier or later, nobody really knew. This wasn't a ghost story, he said. This was something real, something that could happen to anyone desperate enough, cold enough, hungry enough. I remember that line perfectly. This could happen to anyone. According to him, it was about a man and his wife who had set out west, like so many others, chasing the dream of a better life. They weren't special. They didn't have any money to start with, just a small wagon, a pair of oxen, a few tools, and each other. They were chasing the promise of gold, maybe some fertile land, anything that gave them a shot at surviving better than they had back east. The way he described it, you could almost picture them. The husband, probably mid-30s, lean but strong from hard labor. The wife, maybe a little younger, tough but kind-faced. They were hopeful, like most folks heading west back then. That hope wouldn't last. They traveled for months, cutting across rough country, sleeping under the stars, fording rivers, climbing hills with nothing but the wilderness stretching out in front of them. Eventually, they found a spot. That's what Mr. Wilkins called it, * the spot star. A hidden valley tucked between low ridges, a small stream running through the middle, soft grass, and just enough flat land to build on. Trees nearby for lumber and firewood. Game trails and signs of wildlife. A place untouched by other hands. It was beautiful, but it was late in the year when they found it. Too late, really, to build anything proper. The ground was already starting to harden. The nights were dipping well below freezing, and they knew if they didn't act fast, they'd be buried in snow before long. So they worked non-stop. Using what little they had, they put up a small cabin, more of a shack, really. Just 4 rough log walls and a roof made of saplings, branches, and mud. They packed dirt inside the cracks, laid pine boughs over the floor to keep it dry. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. They hunted while they built, caught a few rabbits, some squirrels, even managed to trap a deer early on. They smoked and salted what they could, dried strips of meat over the fire at night, stored the rest in sacks hung from the rafters. The wife gathered roots and berries while she could, drying them beside the fire. They knew the winter would be long and brutal, but they believed they had enough to get through it. At first, things went well enough. The snow started falling a few weeks after the roof went on. Came heavy, covering everything in thick, white silence. They stayed inside most days, only going out to collect wood or check traps. The stream froze over. The wildlife vanished. They were warm enough, fed enough, and still had each other. They'd sit close by the fire, wrapped in every piece of cloth they owned, sometimes just staring at the flames. But winter on the frontier was never kind. The snow didn't let up. Came day after day, thick, wet, heavy. It buried the woods. It buried their traps. It buried hope. The small stockpile of food they had didn't last like they thought it would. The salted meat turned, the dried berries molded. A sack of grain had gotten wet during a leak in the roof and rotted through. The firewood started running low. They burned furniture, tools, anything that would keep them warm. And the game, they didn't see a single animal for weeks. Not even tracks. It was around then that the hunger really set in. You can go a while without food. A week, even longer if you've got water. But the cold makes everything worse. Your body starts to eat itself. Muscles shrink. Your skin goes pale. You shake uncontrollably. You can't think straight. Everything becomes about getting warm and finding something to put in your belly. Mr. Wilkins didn't get into every day of their starvation, but I remember how quiet he went when he talked about this part. Like even saying the words hurt him a little. He said the wife started talking to herself. Just low muttering at first, barely audible. Then full conversations with people who weren't there. She laughed sometimes, but the sound didn't have joy in it. It was dry, cracked, painful. The man tried to keep her spirits up, but there wasn't much he could say. He couldn't feed her. He couldn't even feed himself. They stopped sleeping. Too cold, too hungry, too afraid. Then one morning, the man made a decision. He had to try. He had to go out into the forest as far as it took and find something, anything, to eat. He bundled up, took his musket, and left her there, wrapped in every piece of cloth he could spare, sitting close to the last embers of their fire. The woods were deathly quiet. Even the wind seemed afraid to blow, but he kept walking. He moved through snow up to his thighs, resting when he could, building little lean-tos out of sticks, pine branches, and snow drifts to shield himself from the wind. At night, he'd light small fires, rationing what little tinder he had left. His fingers cracked and bled. His lips split, but he kept going. The third morning, just as he was about to give up, he saw it. A rabbit, fat and stupid, sitting in a patch of exposed grass where the snow had melted against a dark rock. He dropped to one knee, aimed, and fired. The shot echoed like thunder through the woods. When he reached the rabbit, it was still warm. He cried, right there in the snow. Not for the rabbit, not for the kill, but because he had something to bring back. Something that would let them last another few days. He bundled it in cloth, held it close to keep it from freezing, and started back toward the cabin. He moved faster now, driven by purpose. Took him most of the day to get back. By the time he saw the cabin in the distance, it was nearly dark. The sky was purple, and the snow had begun falling again, but he didn't care. He had food. That feeling didn't last long. As he approached, he said he got this strange feeling in his gut. Something was wrong. The snow around the cabin looked disturbed, flattened, like something had been dragging across it. There were no footprints, no sign of animals, just long, shallow furrows through the snow, like something had been crawling. He pushed open the door. Inside, it was dark, cold, no fire, no light, and his wife was on the floor, curled in on herself, her skin pale and waxy, blood caked around her mouth and chin. Her eyes didn't look human anymore. They were wild, hungry, distant. Her fingers, what was left of them, were stripped to bone. Clean, just bone, up to the second knuckle. He saw her hands shaking in her lap, like claws made of bone, twitching. Her sleeves were soaked red, and when he looked closer, he saw that she'd chewed up past her wrists, nearly to the elbow. The flesh was gone, just scraps of muscle and fat clinging to shattered bone. And her face, her lips were gone, just gone, torn away like someone had peeled them back. Her teeth looked too big now, sticking out from behind raw, red gums. Blood had dried down her chin and neck, but her jaw never stopped moving. Even after she saw him, even as she stared at him, she kept chewing, slowly, like the motion was the only thing her body remembered how to do. He didn't go to her. He couldn't. He dropped the rabbit. It hit the floor with a dull thud. She lunged. It wasn't a strong lunge, more like a jerk forward. She couldn't walk anymore, probably hadn't stood in days, but she crawled, dragged herself across the floor with her elbows, nails scraping the wood. Her bones clicked together when she moved. Her mouth snapped open and shut, like she was trying to chew him from across the room. He ran, didn't think, just turned and ran. He said he stayed outside that night, buried himself in snow, too afraid to go back. He could hear her moving inside, scraping, moaning, chomping. Sometimes she'd bump into the door and the whole cabin would creak. By morning, the sounds stopped. When he finally went back in, the firewood was gone. The blankets were shredded. The rabbit was untouched, and she was dead, curled in the corner, half her face chewed off. Her arms looked like old bones dug out of a shallow grave. He buried her that day, just outside the cabin. Used I never thought I'd be the kind of person to get stuck in a nightmare out in the woods. But that night, in the middle of nowhere, I learned how wrong I could be. Started out like any other late-night drive. My boyfriend and I had spent the day hiking in the forest, finding some hidden spots where no one usually went. The sun was fading fast, and the air was cooling, the kind of cold that sinks into your skin and makes you want to wrap yourself up tight. We were driving back on a narrow, winding road through thick trees that pressed close to the edges of the cracked asphalt. The radio was playing low, just static and faint songs we couldn't quite catch over the interference. Then, suddenly, a breaking news alert came through. The announcer's voice was sharp, urgent. Something about an escaped mental patient from a nearby institution. Dangerous, armed, last seen in these woods. The details were thin, but the warning was clear. If you're in the area, be cautious, stay in well-lit places, don't stop unless absolutely necessary. I glanced at my boyfriend, who was gripping the steering wheel tightly. His jaw was set, his eyes flicking to the side mirror, as if expecting to see someone, or something, behind us. I felt a shiver crawl down my back, but I tried not to show it. The woods felt darker somehow, the trees leaning in as if they wanted to swallow the road whole. Minutes later, the car sputtered once, twice, then slowed down. The engine choked, and finally, the whole car shuddered and died. The headlights dimmed, then went out. The dashboard glowed faintly with warning lights. Out here, miles from any town or even a proper signpost, we were stranded. My boyfriend said he'd walk back to a garage we'd passed a few miles ago. He said he wouldn't be long, that he'd be back before I knew it. I didn't argue. There was no point. The sky was already dark, the thick canopy blotting out the stars, and rain was beginning to fall softly, the kind that starts out just a few drops, then slowly grows heavier. I settled into the passenger seat, the door locked, trying to stay awake. But the silence was crushing. No traffic, no animals, just the sound of rain pattering on the metal roof and the wind brushing through the branches. Every so often, I thought I heard something else, like a twig snapping just beyond the trees or the scrape of a branch against the side of the car. I tried to stay alert, blinking and forcing my eyes open, but the exhaustion was heavy. I drifted off, then woke with a start as a cold drop of water ran down my forehead from a loose spot in the roof seal. The branches scraping against the car sounded closer now, almost like fingernails dragging on metal. I wanted to tell myself it was just the rain and the wind, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes, I couldn't tell. The night dragged on endlessly. I kept waking up in fits, each time more terrified. The rain had stopped by the early morning, but the thick gray sky left the woods dim and cold. I was nearly frozen, my body stiff and aching from sitting so long in one spot. When I finally heard voices, it was like a relief I couldn't describe. Police officers, their radios crackling, their boots crunching on the gravel. They called to me, ordering me to get out of the car and walk toward their vehicle. They told me not to look back, to keep moving. The command didn't make sense at first, but I obeyed. The fear was too strong. My legs trembled as I stepped out, the damp grass slick beneath my feet. Every sound was loud in the quiet morning. Birds, distant sirens, the officers' steady calls. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. But curiosity gnawed at me. I wanted to know what I was running from, what had been out there in the dark with me. Just before I reached the patrol car, I turned. The sight froze me cold. There, hanging by his legs from a low tree branch, was my boyfriend. His head had been cut clean off, blood dripping slowly down, pooling on the ground beneath him. His hands clung weakly to the bark, fingers curling like claws against the rough wood. The wet scratches I'd heard all night, the scraping on the car roof, they hadn't been branches. They had been his fingers. The dripping on the car had been his blood. The police officers called to me again, louder this time, but I was rooted to the spot, staring at the gruesome scene. My mind couldn't process it. How had this happened? How long had he been here? They told me later it was the escaped patient, a violent man with no mercy, roaming the woods, hunting anyone who got too close. The officers said he'd been caught nearby, but it was too late for my boyfriend. I was taken to the station, questions asked, stories pieced together. I never stopped hearing the sound of the rain or the scraping branches, and I never forgot the cold, empty feeling of being alone in the dark, with something terrible waiting just outside the window. That night taught me how fragile safety really is, how quickly the ordinary can turn into a nightmare, and how some fears don't fade with the dawn. The house I grew up in was old, worn down, and soaked with a strange kind of silence that never felt quite right. It stood at the edge of a small town, a place that most people passed by without much thought. But for us, it was home, or at least that's what we told ourselves. It had a reputation, one that spread quietly among the locals. The story went that years before, a family was murdered there, though no one ever talked about it directly with us kids. Adults would glance over, lower their voices, or avoid the subject altogether. Still, from a young age, I could feel it in the air. Something unsettled about that place, something I couldn't explain. When I was around 10, my memories of the house are filled with moments that didn't quite make sense. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd see a figure dart past the hallway, too quick to fully see, but they're undeniably there. I thought it was a trick of the light or my imagination, but it kept happening. Once, I even caught a glimpse of what looked like a little girl standing at the far end of the hallway. I blinked hard, and when I looked again, she was gone. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but it stuck with me, that image of a small girl standing there watching. The house creaked and groaned in the night, the floorboards whispering beneath the weight of something unseen. The windows rattled when the wind picked up, and the shadows in the corners of my room seemed to deepen with each passing hour. It wasn't frightening at first, more like a low, persistent unease that settled under my skin. For weeks, I had the same nightmare. It was always the same dream, the one where I was falling through a dark void, the wind rushing past my ears. Just before I hit the ground, I'd wake up, gasping, drenched in sweat. The dream was so vivid, so real, that it shook me awake every time. I began to dread going to bed, knowing that the cold sweat and the terror would come again. The night the dreams changed is one I'll never forget. I woke up from that same falling nightmare, but instead of opening my eyes right away, I lay there, heart pounding, trying to catch my breath. Then, from the darkness of my room, I heard it, a high-pitched cackle. It wasn't like any laugh I'd ever heard. It was sharp, brittle, almost like the sound a witch might make in a story. It sent chills through my body. When I finally opened my eyes, I froze. My blanket was hovering just above me, as if something invisible was holding it up. The air in the room felt thick and cold. I turned my head slowly toward the closet, where a faint shadow flickered. And there she was, the little girl from the hallway. She was standing there, smiling. Not a friendly smile, but one that felt wrong, twisted somehow. I didn't move, just stared at her, heart hammering in my chest. After what felt like forever, I pulled the covers over my head, shaking and crying quietly until I finally fell back to sleep. The strangest part was that my family experienced things too, even if we never talked about them openly. We all saw glimpses, shadows, heard noises that didn't belong. We tried to tell my dad about it, hoping he would believe us, but he never did. To him, it was nonsense, old house creaks, imagination, whatever it wasn't real. When we finally moved out, it was after years of living in that uneasy silence. My dad had arranged to have the power cut off a few days before we were supposed to leave, which made the last few days darker and colder than usual. On the final night, as he was carrying the last box out to the truck, he stopped suddenly and said he heard something strange. A voice calling his name from the back of the house. He told me years later that at first, he thought it was one of the dogs, maybe trying to get outside or looking for him. But all the dogs were gone. My grandmother was still alive then, so it wasn't her voice either. Whatever it wasn't something living or ordinary. That voice stopped him cold. He didn't wait to find out what was making it. He just grabbed the box and ran out, never looking back. That house left a mark on me, not just because of the stories or the strange things we saw, but because it felt like the house itself was holding on to something terrible, something no one wanted to talk about. I've thought about that little girl often over the years, wondering who she was, why she stayed there, and why the house seemed to trap us all inside its dark corners. The experience changed the way I see the world. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, but I do believe in fear, the kind that comes from real human things. Pain, loss, secrets buried deep. That house was full of those things, and maybe that's why it never really felt empty. Even now, when I'm alone at night, I sometimes catch myself glancing at the shadows, waiting for a flicker or a movement out of the corner of my eye. And I think about that voice calling my dad's name, and the way he ran away without looking back. Some things don't need to be explained with stories of ghosts or magic. Sometimes the scariest things are the ones that don't make sense. The ones that live in the silence and the darkness of a place where something bad once happened and left its mark. I had been spending a lot of time in my backyard garden lately. Spring had finally come, and I wanted to get a jump on planting some vegetables and flowers. My backyard is nothing fancy, but it's quiet and private. A little patch of calm in a busy neighborhood. I spent most of my free time digging in the dirt, planting seeds, pulling weeds, and just enjoying the fresh air. Gardening, for me, was like a therapy session. It gave me peace. One Saturday afternoon, I was kneeling near the tomato plants, my hands dirty, when I noticed someone walking through the side gate. It was my neighbor, Mr. Ellis. He was an older guy, quiet, kept mostly to himself. We never talked much beyond polite hellos over the fence. But that day, something about him caught my attention right away. He looked terrible, disheveled, like he had been through hell. His pajamas, faded and wrinkled, hung loosely on his thin frame. His hair was uncombed and sticking out in all directions. The sunken eyes were the most striking, hollow, shadowed, almost too deep set, like he had lost a lot of weight in a short time. He moved slowly, and his posture was hunched over like he was carrying an invisible weight on his shoulders. I stood up, brushing dirt from my knees and hands, and greeted him. I tried to make light of the situation, cracking a lame joke about how this would be a great day to go down to the beach if it weren't so cold. I figured maybe a little humor might lift his spirits, but there was no response. No smile, no chuckle, no acknowledgement, just silence. I looked at him for a moment, waiting for some kind of reaction. His eyes met mine briefly, but there was something empty in them.
No warmth, no recognition.
It It was like he wasn't really there. He didn't speak, didn't move closer or further away, just stood there, stiff, silent. I cleared my throat awkwardly and turned back to my garden, pretending like nothing had happened. Maybe he was just having a bad day. Maybe he was sick. The week after that encounter, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Something didn't feel right. I kept replaying that moment in my mind. How he looked, how he moved, how he didn't respond. It stuck with me like a dark cloud. Then, a few days later, I bumped into his wife at the post office. She was standing in line in front of me, mailing what looked like a dozen small packages. She had that tired look of someone who's been running on empty for too long. I remembered the disheveled man in pajamas and wondered if he was getting any better. I asked her if her husband was feeling better because he looked a bit under the weather last week when he was in my backyard. Her reaction caught me off guard. She gave me a strange look, confused. Then, she said something that froze me in place. She said, "You must be mistaken. He passed away over a month ago from cancer." I blinked. I stared. For a moment, I thought maybe I misheard. Maybe I had confused dates or neighbors. But no, she was serious. The packages she was mailing were his action figure toy collection that she had sold online. She was clearing out his things. That moment, standing there at the post office, I felt the floor shift under me.
My mean spoon.
I questioned everything. Was I crazy? Had I imagined seeing him? Maybe I was mistaken about the weekend. Maybe it was someone else. But no, I was sure it was him, the same person. I thought about that afternoon in the garden. He didn't say a word. I remember the joke I told and how it fell flat. I thought maybe he just wasn't in the mood to talk or laugh. But could it have been that he wasn't really there at all? Could it have been his spirit? No, I told myself. That's ridiculous. No ghosts, no spirits, just reality. But what else could explain it? When I got home that afternoon, I told my wife about the neighbor, how he looked, the pajamas, the sunken eyes. Before I could finish, she said, "Oh yeah, I saw you two talking last weekend." She smiled and told me he was doing his best to get out of the house and enjoy the day. I told her about meeting his wife at the post office and hearing the news of his death. She frowned. "Wait, what? When did he die?" I repeated what his wife said. She looked concerned. "That doesn't make sense. I saw you two just last weekend." That's when we decided to check our security cameras. We have one pointed at the backyard to keep an eye on the garden and the gate. I was curious to see if maybe I was mixing things up. We pulled up the footage from the week before. The video clearly showed me standing up from the garden, looking towards the side gate, and appearing to acknowledge someone. I was nodding and moving my hands as if talking. Then, I turned back to the garden and continued working. But here's the thing. The entire time, no one else was visible. Not a single figure. No shadow, no silhouette, nothing. The backyard was empty. That was the moment everything started to feel wrong. I stared at the screen over and over, slowing down the footage, zooming in. No one else. Just me talking to thin air. My wife watched in silence. The cameras cover the whole yard, the gate, the side path. There was no blind spot where someone could have slipped in unseen. I didn't know what to think. Was it some kind of hallucination? A trick of the mind? Was I so stressed or distracted that I imagined a conversation? But how do you explain the memories so clear? The weight of that presence in the yard? The way I felt his eyes on me? Or was there some explanation I couldn't understand? Over the next few days, I kept looking for answers. I researched. I asked around quietly. No one else had seen him outside since he passed. His wife said he had been confined to the house the last month, barely eating or moving. His health had declined quickly. The rational explanation could be that my mind filled in the blanks. Maybe I were tired, or the cold weather, or the shock of seeing him like that. Maybe I just imagined him standing there. But the thing that unsettled me the most was how real it all felt. How clear the memory of him standing there was, and how the camera video contradicted that reality. The more I thought about it, the more I realized something about grief and how it changes perception. Sometimes your mind clings to moments you want to believe. Sometimes it shows you things you need, even if they aren't there. Maybe that afternoon in the garden was a moment my brain created. Maybe it was a trick of memory, a kind of illusion born out of worry or loss. The important thing was this: I didn't see a ghost. I didn't see a spirit. What I saw was a reflection of my own mind struggling to process grief and shock. I never told anyone else. People would think I was crazy or weird. And honestly, I'm not sure I fully believe what happened. But what I do know is this: that day in the garden, when I looked up and thought I saw my neighbor standing there, something happened inside me. Something broke. Because whether it was real or imagined, it was the last moment I felt connected to him. After that, I planted some flowers in his memory near the fence. Something to remind me that even if the moment was a trick, the man was real. He was gone. And no camera, no evidence, no explanation could change that. I still go out in the backyard sometimes and look at the gate, half expecting to see him standing there again. But the yard stays empty. Detailed reflection and context. The whole thing started so simply. Me working in my garden, the neighbor's unexpected visit, but it ended up shaking my sense of reality. Looking back, I think what made the experience so creepy wasn't anything supernatural. It was how real it felt despite the fact it couldn't have happened the way I thought. The clothes, the sunken eyes, the slow movements, all signs of someone suffering. But the timing made no sense. V really was dead for a month. How was he here? And yet I had the vivid memory. I could still see him clearly in my mind's eye, hear the silence between us. The security footage, that was the clincher. I know what I saw. The camera doesn't lie, and it showed no one else was there. Why did my mind play that trick? I have a theory. Grief and shock mess with your brain. Sometimes your mind protects you by creating moments to ease the pain. That afternoon, maybe my brain filled in the image of him standing there because I needed it. A final moment with someone who was slipping away or already gone. Or maybe, in my exhaustion and distraction, I misread shadows or movement. Maybe I saw something in the corner of my eye and filled in the blanks. I remembered telling him the joke and how it didn't land. Maybe that was my mind's way of convincing me it was real, a detail to anchor the memory. But now I wonder if I made that detail up too. I tell this story because it shows how fragile our minds are, especially when dealing with loss. It's a scary kind of magic, not the kind with spirits or ghosts, but the kind that happens inside your own head. The way memory can trick you, the way grief can fill empty spaces with illusions. So here's the truth. The man died. I didn't really see him, but I did see something. Something my mind made real enough to believe. I carry that memory not because it was real, but because it was meaningful. Because sometimes the scariest thing isn't I'd never even planned on going to Ireland, at least not this year. But after a hellish 6 months working in a dead-end IT support job in London, I needed to get away. Something about the idea of being somewhere wet, green, and a little rugged sounded better than beach holidays packed with half the city. Ireland seemed quiet, close enough to drive, and I liked the idea of being somewhere with fewer people and more space to think. I took the ferry across, my old Peugeot barely making it onto the boat with how noisy the engine had been sounding lately. I told myself it would be fine. A bit of driving around some hills, maybe park the car somewhere remote and camp. Nothing fancy. I'd packed my tent, sleeping bag, some food supplies, and a few extra clothes, expecting to spend a couple of nights outdoors. I was used to hiking and camping, did a lot of it up north in the Lake District, but this would be my first time doing it abroad. The weather had already been dodgy the moment I reached Ireland. I'd planned a route that would take me along the west coast, but I ended up changing course halfway through. I don't know if it was the GPS acting up or just me not paying attention, but I got off the main road and started following what looked like a narrower but more scenic path that curved through the countryside. That was a mistake. The clouds had already been hanging low for an hour, dark and thick like they were pressing down on the land itself. A light drizzle turned into a steady sheet of rain. The road narrowed again and again until it was barely more than a lane. No markings, no shoulders, just a winding strip of wet tarmac cutting through thick hedgerows and rolling fields. I knew I was off track, but there wasn't anywhere to turn around. The hedges were tall and thick, with steep ditches on both sides. It felt like I was funneling deeper and deeper into nowhere. By the time I realized how remote I'd gotten, the light was fading fast. It wasn't even that late, maybe 7:30, but with the cloud cover and rain it felt like midnight. The wipers were doing their best, but I still couldn't see 10 feet in front of me. Fog was starting to creep in now too, making everything even worse. There was no sign of a village, no turnoffs, no farmhouses, not even any driveways. Just hedgerows, trees, and an endless strip of road. That's when the car gave out. No sputtering, no warning. 1 second I was inching along, the next, everything just cut out. No engine noise. The dash lights went out. Even the headlights vanished, and with them, the little bit of visibility I'd had. The wipers stopped dead mid-swipe, and the car rolled a few feet before gently coming to a stop. I sat there in complete silence for a moment, rain pounding the roof like it wanted in. I tried the key, nothing. No click. No engine turning over. I popped the hood, grabbed my torch from the glove box, and stepped out into the storm. I was soaked in seconds. My torch flickered once, then dimmed. The battery was low, but it still gave off enough light for me to check the engine. Not that it helped. I'm not a mechanic. I know how to top up my oil, refill washer fluid, and change a tire. That's about it. But even to my untrained eyes, it didn't look flooded. I'd been through worse downpours. The battery must have shorted or something deeper had failed. I swore under my breath, slammed the hood, and stared down the road. I hadn't seen a car in over an hour. No signs of people. Just endless dark country lanes and rain thick enough to feel like a curtain. The sensible thing would have been to stay in the car until morning. But I couldn't do that. Not with how cold it was getting. And something about being broken down in the middle of nowhere made my skin crawl. I wanted out. I wanted a pub, a warm fire, and some dry clothes. So I started walking. I put on my rain jacket, pulled the hood tight, and kept my torch aimed at my feet to avoid stepping into any potholes or ditches. It wasn't long before my jeans were soaked through, clinging to my thighs like wet paper. Water ran down my neck and into my boots, but I kept moving. It must have been an hour before I saw anything at all. By then I was completely drenched and shivering. My hands had gone numb. My thoughts started to drift to stupid things like what would happen if I passed out here, if I slipped and hit my head and nobody found me. The road kept winding with no signs, no fences, no lights. That's when I heard the sound. At first I thought it was thunder, but it was too steady. It was behind me, a low grumble growing slowly. I turned around and stared into the dark. There were lights, dim and flickering, barely brighter than a candle. A car, slowly approaching, its engine barely audible over the rain. It wasn't moving fast. It was crawling just like I had been earlier. I waited, unsure whether to step off the road or flag it down. There wasn't much room on either side, and I didn't want to fall into the ditch, so I stood in the middle and waved. The car came closer and I saw the shape of an old van or sedan. Couldn't tell the make. It looked beat up and had old, grimy headlights that barely pierced the dark. But I was relieved. Human contact. Someone to help. As it rolled to a near stop beside me, I stepped forward, yanked the back door open, and climbed in, hoping they'd understand I needed a ride. That's when I froze. There was no one in the driver's seat. No one in the front passenger seat either. No sound except the steady plop of rain on the roof and the quiet hum of the engine idling like it didn't need anyone behind the wheel. I sat there, soaking wet and stunned. My eyes scanned the dash. Everything was on, headlights, indicators softly blinking for no reason, fuel gauge half full. But no driver, no movement, no voice. I felt my heart hammering in my chest. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but I couldn't. My throat was tight. My fingers trembled in my lap. I should have jumped out, but I couldn't. Something about the warmth of the interior and the sheer shock of what I'd done held me there. And still the car moved, very slowly, like it was being pulled forward by a slow force. It started rolling again, through the fog, through the black countryside. I leaned forward slightly, trying to see if someone was slouched down low in the driver's seat. But no, empty. My breath fogged the window. I stared out, trying to get a sense of where we were going. The road started to widen slightly, the hedges pulling back, the trees thinning. I saw a sign flash past, but it was too fast and too dim to read. Then buildings, finally. A village, a handful of stone cottages, barely visible through the fog. A pub sign swinging in the wind, lights glowing yellow inside. I didn't think. I just reached for the handle and jumped out. My boots landed hard on the wet tarmac and I stumbled, caught myself, and broke into a sprint. I didn't look back. I just ran for the door of the pub, pushed it open, and stumbled inside, panting and dripping all over the wooden floor. Warmth, real warmth. The fire crackled near the far wall. A few locals looked up, probably wondering what drowned idiot had just crashed into their quiet evening. I staggered to the bar, ordered a pint with hands that barely worked, and sank into a chair near the fire, trying to stop shaking. My clothes were plastered to me, my socks squelched in my boots, but I didn't care. I was inside, safe. I kept replaying what had happened. That car driving itself. No driver, no explanation. It made no sense. Maybe I'd hallucinated. Maybe there was someone in the front seat, hidden by the fog, the lighting, my own shock. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. I was still staring into my pint when the door creaked open again. 2 men stepped inside. Both were soaked, their jackets dripping puddles onto the floor. One was tall, lanky, with a short gray beard. The other was stockier, younger, maybe mid-30s, with bright red cheeks and thick eyebrows. They scanned the room. The taller one looked straight at me. He pointed. "That's him," he said. "That's the lad that jumped out the car we were pushing." My mind blanked for a second. Then it hit me like a truck. The car hadn't been driving itself. It had been rolling because someone was pushing it from behind. I hadn't heard them in the storm. I'd been so focused on the rain, the cold, the dark, that I never noticed the figures behind the car. The engine hadn't been on. The lights weren't even real headlights, probably handheld torches taped to the front or something just to give a bit of visibility as they rolled it along. Maybe it had broken down like mine, and they were moving it to the village. And I just hopped in like a lunatic and sat there in silence while they pushed it for half a mile. They didn't look angry, more confused than anything. I stood up slowly, raised my hands in apology, but I didn't know what to say. There wasn't much I could say. I just nodded, offered to buy them around, and we all laughed it off eventually. I stayed the night in a room above the pub, still shaking my head at how stupid I'd been. It was a relief in a weird way. The car hadn't been haunted. There was no ghost, just 2 soaked locals trying to move their busted vehicle, and one clueless Brit who thought he'd jumped into a driverless car. The next morning, after a proper breakfast and some drier clothes, I got a lift back to my own car. Turned out I was raised on stories. My mom had this way of telling them that made you lean in wide-eyed, like you were listening through a keyhole into something forbidden. There was one story she used to tell that stuck with me more than the rest. She called it the Golden Arm. It was a cautionary tale, some old American folklore she picked up as a kid. But she told it in a way that was less like a bedtime tale and more like a warning, like she had seen something like it play out once. She always said, asterisk, people are scarier than ghosts. Asterisk, I didn't understand what she meant until that camping trip 2 summers ago. I had just turned 23 and needed a break. I'd been grinding away at a tech startup in Phoenix. Long hours, minimal sleep, and nothing to show for it but burnout and eye bags. I didn't have many close friends anymore. People drifted. Lives changed. I had one friend left from college, Nate. He was always talking about disconnecting, getting out there, and resetting your brain. So when he invited me on a weekend camping trip up near Flagstaff, I said yes without much thought. It was supposed to be 3 of us, me, Nate, and his girlfriend at the time, Lila. But the day before we were supposed to leave, Lila came down with something and dropped out. Nate said he still wanted to go, and so did I. 2 guys in the woods for a couple days, hiking, fishing, drinking by a fire, simple, easy. Or at least that's what I thought. We left early Friday morning. Nate picked me up in his old Jeep loaded with gear. He was always the prepared one, packs organized, GPS charged, backup batteries, knives, bear spray, water filters. You name it. I brought my old sleeping bag, a flask of whiskey, and a duffel bag with clothes. We stopped at a gas station on the edge of town, grabbed snacks, and hit the road. The campsite Nate picked wasn't an official campground. It was about 15 miles off the main highway, down a poorly maintained dirt road that twisted through thick ponderosa pines. We had to stop 3 times to move fallen branches, and once to let a herd of elk cross. There were no other cars, no people, just trees, silence, and the occasional bird call. We parked near a clearing next to a small creek. There was a ring of stones from previous fires, and what looked like a log someone had dragged over to sit on. No sign of recent use. Nate grinned and clapped me on the back like he'd just discovered a secret treasure. We set up camp, 2 tents, one on each side of the clearing. His was newer, a fancy REI thing with reinforced poles and waterproof flaps. Mine was an old hand-me-down I hadn't used in years, with a zipper that stuck halfway up. We got everything settled and spent the afternoon hiking a loop trail Nate had mapped out. It was beautiful, quiet, peaceful, almost unreal in how untouched it all felt. That night we built a fire. Nate cooked some beans and rice on a small stove. We passed the flask back and forth, watching the flames flicker up into the dark sky. Somewhere out in the distance, we heard coyotes yipping, but it felt distant, like a soundtrack. I remember saying something like, "This is exactly what I needed," and Nate nodded, eyes fixed on the fire. At some point, I told him the story of the golden arm. I don't know why, I hadn't thought about it in years. Maybe it was the whiskey or the fire or just the way the trees leaned in around us. I told him the version my mom used to say. The gold arm, the greedy husband, the murder, the whispering voice asking for the arm back. I laid it out in detail and he laughed at the end. "That's some Edgar Allan Poe shit," he said. I laughed too, but something about saying it aloud in the middle of nowhere, just the two of us, made me uneasy. Like I'd conjured something. Not a ghost, but a thought. An idea. We put the fire out and went to bed. I didn't sleep well that night. The air was cold, and the ground was harder than I remembered. I kept hearing things. Cracking branches, the rustle of leaves, the distant snap of something moving just out of sight. I told myself it was animals, just nature doing its thing. The next morning, we cooked eggs over the fire and drank instant coffee. Nate wanted to check out a nearby ravine he'd seen on a topographic map. He said there might be a small waterfall at the end, and maybe even some trout in the pool below. I was game. We packed light, just some water, granola bars, a knife, and a walkie-talkie each in case we got separated. No cell service this deep out. The hike to the ravine took about 2 hours. It was downhill most of the way, through thick brush and uneven terrain. We followed deer trails and animal tracks until we reached the lip of the ravine. Sure enough, there was a waterfall. Not big, but it spilled down over a dark rock face into a still, deep-looking pool below. It was beautiful, untouched. I remember thinking it felt like the kind of place someone would go if they didn't want to be found. We ate lunch there. Nate talked about how he might bring Lila here if they ever patched things up. I nodded and didn't say much. I didn't think they'd last. On the way back, we got separated. Just for a minute. I stopped to tie my boot and told Nate to go ahead, that I'd catch up. When I stood back up, he was gone. I followed the trail I thought he took, but after 10 minutes, I was still alone. I tried the walkie. Nothing. Static. That's when I heard a noise behind me. Quick. Like someone stepping on a dry branch. I turned, expecting Nate. No one. I tried the walkie again. "Nate? You copy." Still static. Then I heard it again. This time closer. Another snap of a branch. I spun around, knife in hand, heart thudding. Nothing. I started walking faster. I was sweating, even though the air was cool. I tried not to run. I told myself I was just tired, paranoid, maybe even a little hungover. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Not an animal, something human. I eventually found Nate about 20 minutes later, sitting on a rock by the trail, looking irritated. "Where the hell were you?" he asked. I told him I'd gotten turned around. He just shook his head and said we needed to head back before it got dark. We didn't talk much on the way up. That night, the mood was different, tense. I noticed Nate kept fiddling with something in his bag. At first, I didn't think anything of it. But the fifth or sixth time I saw him unzip it and look down, I asked what he was doing. He just shrugged. "Making sure I didn't lose anything," he said. I let it go. Later, after dinner, I took a walk by myself, just up the hill to get some air. When I came back down, Nate wasn't by the fire. I figured he'd gone to the trees to take a piss. I waited. 10 minutes. Still nothing. I called out his name. No answer. I checked his tent. Empty. That's when I noticed the bag. The one he kept checking. It was half unzipped. Curiosity got the better of me. I knelt down, pulled it open. Inside was a metal object wrapped in cloth. I unfolded it slowly. It was an arm. Prosthetic. Heavy. Gold-colored, though maybe just brass or painted steel. It was old but detailed. Intricate. Like someone had crafted it with care. The fingers moved on hinges. Inside, it was hollow. I froze. Every muscle in my body tightened. I zipped the bag up and sat back, heart racing. I didn't know what to think. Why would he have something like that? A few minutes later, Nate came walking out of the trees, whistling. When he saw me by his tent, his face changed. Not scared, just blank. "You go through my stuff?" he asked. I said no. He stared at me for a long second, then nodded and sat by the fire. We didn't talk much after that. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in my tent listening, waiting. Around midnight, I heard movement. Not from outside, from Nate's tent. The sound of metal clinking, something heavy being moved. Then silence. I stayed still until the sun came up. That morning, I told Nate I wasn't feeling well and needed to head back early. He didn't argue, didn't offer to help pack. Just watched as I rolled up my sleeping bag and stuffed it into my duffel. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole time. He never broke eye contact. When I got to the Jeep, I noticed something missing from my bag. My knife. I knew I packed it. I tore everything out, checked all my pockets. Nothing. I looked back toward the camp. Nate was still there, crouched by the fire, feeding it kindling. Watching me, I drove out without saying goodbye. I didn't sleep for 2 days after I got home. I kept thinking about that arm, the weight of it, the way he kept checking the bag like it was something he'd stolen, or something he planned to use. I thought about the old story, the husband, the greed, the betrayal. Only this time, it wasn't a ghost coming for revenge. It was just a man who'd taken something he shouldn't have. Maybe from someone who hadn't meant to give it up. Maybe from someone who'd tried to fight back. I thought about what he could do with something like that, what kind of rage or power he might feel with it in his hands. I never spoke to Nate again. A few weeks later, I saw something on the local news. A body found in the forest north of Flagstaff. We always camped in Kearney, Ontario. Year after year, same area, same time of summer. It had kind of become a tradition, me and a bunch of friends from school, work, friends of friends. Sometimes the group was small, maybe 6 or 7. Other years, it was closer to 20. That year, I think we had 11 or 12 people. I can't say for sure anymore, but I remember there were enough of us that the campsite felt full but not crowded. It was always the same setup. We'd pick a clearing that had enough room to pitch our tents in a circle, with the fire pit right in the center. Some folks brought little camp chairs. Some just used logs or sat on the dirt. Someone would bring a Bluetooth speaker, and there was always a cooler, usually several, full of beer, cheap vodka, a bottle of whiskey someone insisted was a good idea, and water we never drank enough of. There'd be joints getting passed around, mushrooms for the ones who wanted to trip, and a whole lot of stories, music, laughter, and that weird quiet buzz that settles over the woods at night. The first day had gone like it always did. We pulled in around noon. It was sunny, humid, but not too hot. We spent the first hour or two dragging everything out of our cars, setting up the tents, building the fire pit, collecting wood, that kind of thing. Some folks wandered off to go swim in the lake a short walk down the trail. Others started drinking almost right away. By late afternoon, the fire was going. People were buzzed, some tripping, some just high. I had done a couple grams of mushrooms earlier, not a heroic dose or anything, just enough to feel that weird softness settle into everything. Like the world was being lit from the inside and the leaves had something secret to say. I wasn't totally out of it, just floating. It was maybe around 10 when this guy showed up. He just walked right into the circle of tents like he belonged there. He had one of those small backpacks, the kind hikers wear. Army green. He was tall, lean, probably mid-30s, maybe older. Not scruffy or dirty, but not exactly clean-shaven either. I remember thinking his boots looked really expensive. He gave a quick little wave and walked up to the fire. He said he was camping nearby and saw our fire, heard people laughing. Said he didn't have firewood of his own and wondered if he could join us for a bit. Something about just finishing a long solo hike and being too tired to start one himself. We didn't think twice. Nobody ever really did out there. When you're that far from town, anyone you meet usually has some reason to be there, and if they're cool, they're cool. A couple of us were already spinning from the mushrooms, and everyone was in that relaxed, open mood that hits after your third beer and the fire's nice and hot. We told him to pull up a log and chill. He wasn't weird, not exactly. Kind of quiet, observant. He didn't talk too much, but when he did, he sounded smart, maybe a bit intense. Told us he was in the military, taking some time off. Didn't go into detail. We didn't pry. He didn't flirt with anyone. Didn't act sketchy. Just sat there with a calm face and smiled sometimes when someone said something funny. He handed someone a few bucks for the firewood. Seemed respectful. As the night wore on, people started drifting off to their tents. One by one, little zippers zipped closed, and the group around the fire got smaller. I was maybe the third or fourth to head off. I had one of those small two-person tents that barely fit me and my backpack. I remember stumbling a bit trying to climb into my sleeping bag and just laying there for a while, staring at the roof of the tent while everything swirled a little. I had that funny warm feeling mushrooms give you when you're coming down, the kind that makes the woods feel like a blanket. I dozed off to the sound of a few people still talking, the fire popping, and insects humming from the trees. I woke up again around 4 in the morning. I know because I checked my phone. I had a weird sensation that something was off. Not panic, not fear, just an itch in my head, like a thread pulling at me. I heard someone talking, not loud, just a low muttering. I thought maybe someone else was still up. Maybe 2 people had stayed awake and were talking quietly. But then I realized it was just one voice, steady and almost rhythmic. I unzipped my tent a couple inches and peered out. The fire was going again, which was weird because it had been smoldering low when I went to bed. Not roaring, but clearly recently stoked. And sitting by it alone was the guy, the one who joined us earlier. He was sitting on a log, facing the fire, elbows on his knees, staring into the flames and talking to himself. I watched for a while, trying to make out what he was saying, but I couldn't. It was just low, steady, like he was reciting something. His posture was stiff, hands clenched together like he was praying or something. His head would tilt now and then like he was listening to someone, then he'd speak again. My stomach turned a little. I knew I was still feeling the shrooms. I wasn't tripping hard anymore, but I had that cloudy, stretched feeling in my thoughts, like nothing I was seeing could quite be trusted. I lay back down, told myself it was probably just a weird guy being weird in the woods. Maybe he was working through something. Maybe he was sleep deprived. Maybe I was imagining it. I closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep. When I woke up again, the sun was up. I could hear people moving around, unzipping tents, coughing, stretching, digging around for water bottles. The fire was back to embers. I crawled out of my tent, blinking in the bright light. My head hurt. My throat was dry. A few people were sitting around the ashes, talking in that slow, morning-after way. That's when we noticed. His campsite, he said he was staying at the one just up the trail, a few 100 feet away, was spotless. There was no tent, no fire pit, no garbage, no signs that anyone had camped there at all. The dirt looked undisturbed. No tracks, no footprint trails in or out. just smooth pine needles and silence. We all started piecing things together slowly. One guy remembered him staying up past 3. Another said he'd been the last to go to sleep, just after 3:30 a.m. And the guy was still at the fire. The first person who woke up that morning said they were up before 6 and saw no one. It didn't make sense. He couldn't have packed up and left without making a sound. Not with how dry the leaves and branches were. You step on a twig out there and it cracks like a gunshot. But no one heard anything. There was some half-hearted joking about him being a ghost or a drifter or someone living in the woods. But underneath the jokes, I think we all felt the same quiet unease. The rest of the trip went on like normal. We stayed 3 more nights. Nothing weird happened after that. The weather held up. We swam, drank, ate too much, tripped again. But something about the rest of the trip felt off. We weren't as loud. We didn't stay up as late. People stuck closer together. Eventually, we all packed up and left. Life went back to normal. I didn't think about the guy much after that. Not consciously, anyway. Sometimes when we talk about that trip, someone would bring him up and we'd all try to remember what he looked like. Nobody could remember his name. Nobody had taken a picture. It was just this weird shared memory, like something that had happened in a dream. Years passed, maybe 4, maybe 5. I was watching the news one night, some late broadcast, background noise while I cooked dinner, and I saw a face flash on the screen. It was a mugshot. The anchor was talking about some guy arrested in connection with several crimes, sexual assaults, maybe a murder. I wasn't fully paying attention at first, but the face stuck. Something in me clicked. I froze, holding a spoon in one hand, pasta boiling on the stove. I knew that face, not in the way you know an actor or someone from town, but in that deep, stomach-sinking way where a part of your brain grabs hold and won't let go. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. I knew it was him, the guy from the fire. They showed the name. I didn't recognize it. They said where he'd been arrested, somewhere in northern Ontario. They talked about how he'd lived off-grid for a while, traveling between parks and small towns, working odd jobs, mostly staying under the radar. They didn't say much more, but I didn't need them to. I just stood there, replaying that night in my head. Him walking into our circle, him handing someone money for firewood, him staring into the flames at 4 in the morning, whispering to himself. I don't have proof. None of us took photos. None of us wrote down his name. It's entirely possible it wasn't him. Maybe I just connected dots that didn't belong together. Maybe the shrooms made the memory more vivid than it should have been. But I don't think so. The second I saw that face, I knew. My body knew. My memory sharpened, like someone flipped a switch, and all the little details. The boots, the backpack, the way he held his hands together, came flooding back. I've thought about it a lot since then. Thought about how easily that night could have gone differently. How half of us were too drunk or too high to stand straight. How we all passed out with our tents open, zippers half done, completely vulnerable in the middle of nowhere. How none of us really knew him, and yet we welcomed him like an old friend. We got lucky. Whatever he was planning, if he was planning anything at all, he didn't follow through. Maybe we were too many. Every year, for as long as I can remember, I've gone back to Camp Evergreen. It's not one of those fancy resorts in the woods. It's an old, simple camp. Wooden cabins that creak with every step, dirt trails that snake between tall pine trees, fire pits surrounded by half-rotten logs, and a lake so still at night that it looks more like polished stone than water. The place always had a slightly run-down feel, but it was good. Familiar. Safe even. I started going there as a camper when I was just 9 years old, and by the time I was 17, I'd become one of the counselors. I guess you could say the camp became a second home. I don't really know why I kept going back. The pay wasn't great, the food was worse, and every year there were always 1 or 2 kids who made me question my decision to return. But something about the quiet of the woods, the way the air smelled in the morning, the simplicity of life out there, it pulled me in. The internet didn't reach that far, and for 2 months I didn't have to deal with the chaos of regular life. No phones buzzing, no screens glowing, just me, a few dozen kids, and the trees. But there's something else that always pulled me back too. The story. It was always told at the end of the first week. That Friday night, when the moon was just bright enough to cast long shadows across the campgrounds, we'd gather all the kids around the big fire pit near the lake. We called it Scare Night. It was tradition. Each counselor had a story, but there was one story everyone waited for. One counselor, Ron, told it every year without fail. He was in his mid-40s, tall, a bit scruffy, and always wore these old, dark green gloves. Most of the kids thought it was just part of his spooky act, but it wasn't. He always wore them, even when it was hot, even when we were hiking, even when he was swimming, which was rare. But I saw him once or twice waist deep in the lake with the gloves still on. I'd heard the story so many times. I could recite every word, but somehow every year it still gave me chills. Not because of the words, but because of how real Ron made it feel. The way he talked, the way his voice dropped to a whisper right at the worst parts, how the flames flickered against his face like something out of a horror movie. It always hit harder than it should have. The story went like this. Years ago, he never gave a specific year, just a long time back. A man's body was found in the woods just a few miles from where Camp Evergreen stands. The body belonged to a large man, maybe over 200 pounds, and it looked like he'd been killed quickly. No signs of a struggle.
No defensive wounds.
But what made the whole thing strange was his left hand. Half his pointer, ring, and pinky fingers were gone. Not just the tips, clean off at the knuckles. No sign of the missing fingers. No blood trail to suggest animals took them. Just gone. At first, people thought maybe it was some kind of accident. A hunting trip gone wrong. But a few weeks later, another body showed up. This one was a bit smaller. Same cause, quick death, no sign of struggle, and again, half of the same 3 fingers on the left hand were missing. Still no clues, no fingerprints, no DNA, no nothing. Kept happening. Every few weeks, another body. Each one smaller than the last. A woman, then a teenage boy, then a young girl. The same fingers missing every time. The only difference with the girl's body was that this time, only the ring and pinky were gone. The pointer was left behind, barely hanging on like someone had changed their mind at the last second. That was the first time the police found a clue. A single fingerprint on the girl's backpack. And when they ran it, it didn't match any known killer. It matched the theft record of the previous victim. The boy, which didn't make any sense. How does a dead boy leave a fingerprint after he's already buried? The story always ended the same way. Ron would stare into the fire for a long moment, then slowly take off his right glove. Nothing unusual. Then his left. That hand was scarred. The skin on the pointer finger twisted and pale, like it had been burned or crushed. And the ring and pinky were gone completely, just rounded stubs ending above the knuckle. Every year, like clockwork, some of the younger kids would gasp or even scream. Then Ron would lean in close, grin, and say the line that gave every kid nightmares. Asterisk, he's still looking for the perfect match. Asterisk. Then he'd lunge forward, hands out, shouting something like asterisk, maybe yours will fit, asterisk, and half the kids would scream and scatter. And then, just as quickly, he'd calm down, laugh, and say something like, asterisk, relax. I lost these in a work accident years ago. Machines don't care how many fingers you have. Asterisk. It became a camp legend. The older kids always pretended to be bored, but you could see it in their eyes. They were hooked. It felt real because Ron never broke character, not once. Not even off the campfire. But the thing is, the story stuck with me. Even after the kids were asleep, and the counselors sat around drinking hot chocolate or whatever someone had smuggled in, I'd find myself staring out into the trees, wondering. Not about the killer, there was never a killer, of course, but about Ron, his hand, the details he gave. He never changed the story. Year after year, every detail was the same. Same order of victims, same missing fingers, same fingerprint clue. Same line about a work accident. No one ever questioned it. Why would they? It was just a story, right? That was until my last year at camp. It was late July. We were already halfway through the season. The usual group of counselors was there, but Ron hadn't shown up that year. Word was that he had some surgery and might show up later, but for now, scare night had to go on without him. So we did our best. Some of the younger counselors told their own spooky stories. One about a man living in the lake, another about a camper who vanished in the woods and came back wrong. The kids loved it, but it wasn't the same. Then, the next week, Ron showed up. No warning, no call ahead. He just arrived one afternoon, walking up the gravel trail from the main road with his duffel bag and that same worn green jacket. We all rushed to greet him. He looked rough, thinner. His eyes were sunken, and his left hand was wrapped in a fresh white bandage. But when we asked him about it, he brushed it off. Old injury flared up, he said. That night, he asked to do scare night again, even though we'd already done it. He said, "Some of these kids haven't heard the real version." The camp director gave him the okay, so we did it again. This time, though, something was different. The story was the same, word for word. Victims, missing fingers, no clues. Same print from the previous victim, same build-up. But when he got to the part where he usually pulled off his gloves, he didn't. He stared at the fire for a long time. Then he said, "They say the killer was looking for perfect replacements. He wasn't stealing fingers for fun. He was testing fits. See, fingers aren't easy to replace. Size matters. Skin tone matters. The angle of the cut matters. Most people don't know this, but if you're trying to make a graft look real, you can't just attach anything." I remember sitting across the fire, watching him closely. Something about the way he said it wasn't for show. It wasn't the usual grin and chuckle. His voice was quiet, hollow. He continued, "The last body found wasn't a child. It was a man, average build, rough hands. Looked like he'd worked construction or something. Found dead just north of here. Same fingers missing. But this time, there was something strange." He paused. "They found one of the missing fingers. Just one. It was in a shallow hole, wrapped in cloth. Preserved, like someone meant to come back for it." The fire cracked loudly. Couple kids jumped. Ron looked up. His face was pale. "That was last month," he said. "They haven't found anyone since." Then, without saying another word, he stood up, turned around, and walked into the dark. No punchline, no glove reveal, no lunch, just silence. That night, the camp was quieter than I'd ever seen it. Even the usual pranksters were in their bunks by lights out. No one joked, no one laughed. The next morning, Ron was gone. His duffel bag was still in the counselor's cabin, but his bed was untouched. We searched the woods. We called his cell. Nothing. We reported it, of course. The director called the sheriff. They did a sweep of the area. Drones, dogs, volunteers. They found nothing. But the weirdest part? When the police came to collect his stuff, they asked for a photo. We pulled out the camp binder with all the staff ID pics. Ron's wasn't in there. We checked past years. Nothing. He wasn't in any of the camp group photos either. Not even the staff-only ones. Not even the ones I knew he was in because I remember standing next to him. It was like he'd never existed. But I remember him. The gloves. The story. That scarred hand. The night he walked away without a word. It's been years since that summer. I haven't gone back to Camp Evergreen.